We want to use... that one. Now you can hear me. There we go. Okay. Welcome to the stream. Good to be back. I need to get y'all up on the screen real quick. It's a wonderfully sunny Monday morning in Brooklyn today. Sounded like I just forgot where I lived for a second. I did. I'm a nomad. I travel the world. In a new place every week. Making ORT. Hi, Hermit. How you doing? Welcome in. ORT. What does the acronym mean? Teach me, Hermit. Teach me the words. What I'm going to be doing is sculpting some stuff for my video game concept. So if that applies to what you said, then yes. Oh, just a derpy version of art. Yes, we're making art today. Oh, yeah, see, I don't have my real chat screen up yet. Give me just 1 second, and then I can explain why I thought that. Well, it's because it's in all caps on the screen. You can see that in the stream. But that's all I have to work with right now. Hold on, let's get this into the space so that I can see you. Desktop. Yeah, see, so I was looking at that, and I'm like, what's ORT? O-R-T. Operational Research Testing. Oh, yeah, sorry for the time-space continuum fracture. That's unintentional and to be ignored. How you doing today, Hermit? What's good? Okay, send out that notification. Then we can minimize this. And, okay, now it's really going to be nauseating. Don't look at the screen. Don't look. Just don't make eye contact. I'll look down. We'll just look like this. It's not happening. If you don't see it, it's not happening. And then we need chat open back up again on that screen. Then we can go back to this screen. Good, having an Easter vacation. Was it Easter this weekend? Did I say Brooklyn? You thought I lived on the West Coast. Yes, we moved this January from Burbank to Brooklyn. Em got a new job out here. It is Easter this week. Is Easter a week long? I thought it was just a day. This is news to me. We're going to go ahead and launch that. In Norway it is. Well, that's neat. I didn't know that. Well, happy Easter week, then. Thank you, Hermit. Yeah, appreciate it. Em's loving the new job. I've got a new workspace. I'm focusing on getting a couple of my projects put together. I had a little bit of cheese saved up from the last job, so I'm trying to get my my comic book started. But I'm going to get back to the regular grind pretty soon here. Live! Don't just leave me in this void. This game takes so long to launch. I can turn all these off. Well, what are you doing for Easter week? There we go. Okay. And we are just going to start clean. I haven't done anything for this character yet. This is for the video game concept. I have been working on sculptures for the comic book, but those are like, I mean, they don't have any clothes on, so I'd just be sculpting naked people. I feel like maybe that's not, that's quite a way to start a morning, you know, just 10 in the morning, just naked people on the screen. And like, they're in T-pose, so it feels very murdery. You have zero plans, just relaxing. Got a hefty cold since Friday. Typical when you have time off. That always happens to me, too. It's always right when you, like, I would love to have a cold when there's tons to be done and people are expecting things of me, and then you get sick, and they're like, okay, well, we'll give you a pass for a few days now. But then it's always right when you're like, okay, nothing on the plate. It's all about me. It's me time. We're doing me today. and then you have to be, like, comatose and covered in a blanket and eating soup. Which is, I mean, there are worse fates, but it's not what I'd ask for. Okay, we need mirror to be on. Okay, and we want it mirrored like that. And actually, do I... Yes, this is for animation, so unfortunately this thing isn't going to be in, like, a cool pose. I've been doing big brain stuff lately. You're super jealous. Big brain is not a definition that's usually applied to me, so thank you. Thank you. I spent a lot of time doing things the right way, and now it's time to be a little bit stupid and just kind of go for something that I want. So that's what we're doing these days on the channel. I'm trying to keep things pared down, focus on the comic book. I can't count. We'll count this way. The comic book, the video game, and costumes. And if I'm doing those three things, I'm good. And I'm not allowed to wander. For that reason, the cardboard ball machine is probably going to fall to the wayside. I got myself distracted. Plus, I've done it before. Game deving and sculpting. You always lose track and give up when trying to learn code. Code is really frustrating. I mean, I don't blame you. I lose track with it all the time. I mean, I'll take breaks from it, or I'll hop to a different language, or just different application of the same language, and forget parts of what I was doing. Is that what I want that to look like? It's kind of weird. It's working for me, though. But yeah, I'll get sucked down some random path, and then I'll lose track of what I was doing on the previous path. And, you know, I mean, that'll slow you down. But what I've found to help me a lot is I've been, like, really, really verbose with my documentation while I'm working on stuff now. And that has helped a lot when I come back to it and I'm like, I don't remember what any of this means. There are very nice, friendly notes from myself that are just like, hey, so you everything under here, that's trying to accomplish this. And then usually I can reverse engineer it. I don't, like, write down everything. But telling myself what the objective of a block of code is tends to help me remember. And I was really bad about documentation before. So this thing is kind of like... I've drawn it on stream before. I don't know if I have that picture for reference. I probably should. In fact, give me one moment. You might be able to do that. Hold on. Oh, I didn't realize I had a doubled screen. I can fix that. Let me just yoink this. Take the headset off for just a second, but you're nearby, so you should still be able to hear me. We're going to get rid of that window because you don't need that. And then I should have it in my art archive here. Let me just go into my file tree is a lot better these days. So what have you been trying to code when you've been working on coding? Do you have any, like, specific projects in mind? I always like to just kind of futz around with stuff with no goal, but when you're really trying to learn, it's definitely better to have a clear objective. Helps keep you motivated. Content artwork. There we go. Deep Sea Dragon. That's going to be the one. I don't have any exports of that. Digital painting exports. Well, that'll do it. Still not seeing him. I don't want to open Photoshop right now. That's not going to go very well. I don't think I should do that. Maybe personal projects? Stand by just a moment. If I can't find this, I'm not going to bother with it, but I thought it might be... I have this, like, miscellaneous project files folder, so I thought I'd just give it a look and see what I could see. no projects at all. Maybe that's the problem. Just trying to learn for learning's sake. Well, I mean, for me, that definitely works, like I said, for starters. But, yeah, I mean, if you wanted to really get to it, you need to be solving a problem. At least, personally, that makes a big difference. If you have something you're trying to solve, like if you like a puzzle or a problem or just, you know, something that has a clear point of victory, I guess, basically, that tends to help me a lot. Because then you're, like, struggling against something, you know, you can kind of gamify it a little bit. Marble machine, these are all video project files, I think. Okay, I'm about to give up on this. That's fine. I know what it looks like. I've drawn this thing like 40 times. The video game world is made up of a bunch of random crap. You think that's the key? You might try it next time you get the motivation. All right, well, I wish you luck. Let me know how it goes for you. And if you come up with something different that works better for you, let me know that too, because then I can share that with other people. Pass on the good word. And, you know, hell, maybe try it for myself. Steal your ideas. Okay. So, I do like the pill-shaped one for adding and removing clay. It's nice. Especially for removing, because it's like a nice clean scraper, but it's rounded on the ends. So you don't get weird stuff happening on the ends. When you use the square one, in fact, I'll show you, because I can just undo it, and you try to carve through stuff. This program's called Medium, by the way. It's free for now, but Adobe owns it, so we'll see. But when you try to carve stuff with this, it's almost impossible to not get these weird edges. Even where I almost barely dipped in there, you can see it just, it's so icky. But then if you swap out for this guy, you can do stuff that's a lot cleaner. And even when you dip in too far, it rounds out and it's not as aggressive. It's much better. It's a little blurry on my eyes right now. Is my eye distance wrong? I do bump that knob from time to time. Which one's the, I need to do my eye separation here. Oh, there it is. There we go. That's better. Looks cool. Is it VR only? Yeah, this is a VR sculpting program. Although, you know, it really seems like it could work if you had like a stylus, you know, just place your camera. But it's basically a VR equivalent to ZBrush. And if you don't know ZBrush, that is a very good sculpting program that I haven't used in a really long time. So I don't know. Maybe it's not good anymore. But back in my day, it was one of the good programs for realistic shaping and sculpting in a virtual environment. Might be different these days. That looks very like cartoon lion. Like he needs little ears. Oh wait, no, those. Hold on, wait. There we go. Oh, he's lovely. Okay. Most of the sculpting you've seen on YouTube is in Blender, and that has a steep learning curve. Yes, the sculpting tools in Blender take some commitment to learn. ZBrush, to be fair, when I learned ZBrush, I was in like digital art classes in college, so I might remember it as easier than it is, to be fair, because I was very much immersed in all of that at the time. But I don't remember it being super hard to learn. I'm also not sure if it's free, though. I don't think it is. At least not anymore. The little lion turned out great, didn't he? Yeah. I do want a face here, but not something that cuddly, exactly. Something to kind of like a rough idea of how I want this thing's body plan to work. Think like a centipede or a millipede, or like in Marvel, you know, the big flying alien monster things, like the Chitauri. I think those are the land walking dudes. Whoever, the big one, the flying one, you know? Hulk smashes it in the face. Everybody clapped. But that kind of big segmented body plan is what we're going for here. So I'm just working on this first segment to try and rough out what the shape is going to be. And then we'll try and copy that down the line. I don't know if that's actually going to be tenable. We'll see. You're embarrassed, but you don't really watch superhero movies. Don't be embarrassed. There's no reason to be embarrassed for not watching superhero movies. They're like, that's like, I mean, I always compare superhero movies to McDonald's. Like, it's not like the high society version of the thing. It's not necessarily terrible, but it's just kind of like for fun, you know? You go and just go to enjoy it. So then, I guess for you, then think more Centipede and Millipede, because I guess something from Marvel isn't going to be very helpful if you don't watch Marvel. So, except this is a not submersible, marine creature. It's underwater. It lives underwater. Why am I trying to use bigger words than I know? Many of the most likable people are into those movies. Oh, it's just good fun. But again, I really think it's a major personal preference thing. It's just kind of like it's the thing about Marvel movies is it's like the most rudimentary version of characters. Like they're like, you know, they're basically like just god stories. Some of them are literal gods. So some people aren't into that because it feels too simplistic to them. And then some people like the simplicity of it and think it better serves the story. And some people just like to watch stuff blow up. And you know what? That's not a crime. So what kind of movies do you like to watch? Or are you maybe more into shows? I just finally got around to Black Mirror, which took me forever to watch. That was outstanding. Is there supposed to be more of that, I wonder? I can't remember. I feel like there was. Okay, I'm liking this shape so far. Alrighty. I've been meaning to watch The Whale. Haven't gotten around to it yet. What else have I been looking at watching? Action comedies mostly, both movies and shows. Been binging Chuck lately. Chuck is an outstanding show. I would say Chuck is probably, let me see, would I say top 10 comedy shows? Probably. I would say probably, yeah. That's a great show. Always been a big Chuck fan. Did you watch, well, I guess still superheroes, so probably not. But he did the whole Shazam thing. I think the new one was not very well received. I liked the first one. It took me forever to get around to it. When I finally saw it, I liked it. But the second one was apparently none too savory. Chuck is for sure up there. Yeah, it's a great show. It's a good concept. Like it's fun to watch somebody like reach way higher than their, you know, or aim way higher than their reach, I suppose I'm trying to say. And then succeed. It makes the show very satisfying, and then Zach Levy is hysterical. And so is, I want to say, isn't it one of the Baldwins? And then unfortunately I don't remember the name of the other agent, the woman. Heroes, the original. Did I watch that because that was good? I definitely watched the first season of it, like back when it first came out. I didn't end up following it though, I don't think. It was really good. It was really good. I'll get like sidetracked sometimes and forget to finish a show. Like I watched Breaking Bad all the way up through the like 5th to the last episode. And then because I knew how it ended, I never finished it. And I think Emily finally made me actually watch the end of it only like a year or so ago. Adam Baldwin and Yvonne Strahovski. Yvonne Strahovski. Well, they are both spectacular in that show. Yeah. It's just a really fun concept. That concept does a lot of the heavy lifting in that show, for sure. At least in the beginning. It's just innately humorous, you know? But yeah, I've watched that show all the way through at least once. I think 2 or 3 times. What's another one? It's more action than comedy, but it's got some comedy in it. Have you ever watched Burn Notice? She's Australian, so she pulls off a convincing American accent. You know, isn't that always the case? Americans are the worst at doing other accents. But because the film industry is so predominantly American, every other country needs to, if they want the chance of being anything other than, you know, the character that's known for being Australian, for example, they need to learn how to do a good American accent. Like, it seems so much more common that non-American people do an American accent very well than the other way around. You didn't watch Burn Notice? Adding it to the list you keep postponing. All right. Yeah, put it on there. That's a good show. The only name I know from that one is Bruce Campbell. Is this how I want this? I feel like yes. We're going to go with yes for now. Let's see here. So, this is inflate brush. I need to look this way because the screen clips in front of everything, which is nice, or draws in front of everything. But that's kind of annoying when I need my menus up. Okay, so we're going to use deflate, which is kind of clunky sometimes, but works most of the time. But Bruce Campbell isn't the main character in Burn Notice. He's a secondary character. Very prominently featured, but not who the story's about. It's the character's name is Michael Weston, but I can't remember the actor's name at all. I feel like I'd have a better shot of remembering the other chick, because I think I know her from something else. But oh, actually, the guy who plays the main in Burn Notice popped up in Invincible. More superheroes. Everything connects back to superheroes. But he popped up as a side character in Invincible. He was this like mob boss with a Daft Punk head. Have I been doing any gaming or just creating lately? We're doing gaming every Friday now. So Fridays, what time am I on Fridays? 4 to 9? Yeah. Fridays, 4 to 9 p.m. Eastern. We've been doing our gaming. And then Mondays, I'm doing digital art. Wednesdays, I'm doing IRL art. And there might be some changes to that, like some slight wigglings around, but more or less that's what we're doing. And Mondays are what, 10 to 3, Tuesdays, or Wednesdays, noon to 5. 4:30 p.m. there, so didn't expect to catch a stream from me. Oh yeah, we're doing morning streams on Mondays now. Oh geez, so what time is that when I'm actually doing gaming? That's not gonna work for you. Because if it's 4:30 p.m. now, what time is it in my universe? I don't know. I don't have any clocks visible in here. 10:32. Oh, I guess I've been on for a half hour. That would help. I'm usually way too late for you. Well, I'm sorry about that, Hermit. Usually 6 hours behind me. Well, now... Yeah. Yikes. In front. In front. Yeah, not behind. Right. Yeah, I got you. Same difference. Okay. I want this thing to have these... Well, I'm glad you're able to be here for this one. Happy to have you. So I want this thing to have this kind of tendrily mouth here. Like with, you know, the kind of insect thing where they've got little arms in front of their mouths instead of, I don't know, I guess instead of teeth. But they got them little grabby grabbers where other people would just have lips like a normal creature. We're going to have some of that going on. And then I kind of want this to like split down to here. Like I want more mouth. I want to kind of pull this down like that. Oh, that's stretching in a way that's a little bit concerning. Half-Life vibes. Oh, definitely, for sure. Haven't played Half-Life, but I have seen it. Yeah. We're going to keep pulling this down. Okay. Just, yeah. Okay. That's the nice thing about this is this program kind of lets you infinitely stretch the clay. It just, if you keep pulling, it just keeps adding clay. So you can really get some cool shapes in a way that's a little harder to do otherwise. The face is reminiscent of Among Us characters with the oval. Oh my god. It totally is. Well, don't worry, that's just a rough shape. These are all gonna turn into like panels of like exoskeletal material, but I definitely see it. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we want to push all of this back. Then it's going to open up to this mouth here, so this should like spread apart a little bit. I'm kind of winging this a little bit because in drawings I've done of the mouth, or at least in drawings I've done of the Leviathan, the mouth has been kind of obscured, or not very specifically and explicitly illustrated, just kind of implied that there are a lot of teeth and a big opening. But since we're modeling this for use in the actual game, we're going to need to get a little more specific here. What I want to know, this program can export the OBJ files in varying resolutions. And what it actually says is how many triangles it's going to be, when it's done. That's the info. Okay, I'm liking how this is going. This is already promising. But what I want to know is it smart about it? Like, does it just lower the resolution everywhere? Or, like, will it keep these shapes because they need this many triangles in order to exist at all, and then simplify big, broad areas like this? Because that would be good. I just don't know if it's smart. So we'll roll the dice on it at some point in the stream today, probably. I'll try to, like, just export this in a lower resolution, and we'll see if we lose any detail. So we want that to go all the way back to there. I have this tool set on very high strength right now. We want to, since this is going to leave a texture as we're going anyway, we might as well try to do something that's throat-like, right? So we want to have these ridges. And this is what I really like about VR sculpting, is like I can get up in here like I really mean it. It's nice. Frankly, you know, in this day and age, the fact that a streamer would bring up throats, it's like, honestly, it's a little too adult. I don't think we need to be talking about throats in an art stream. Frankly, we need to, as a society, we've come past this. I thought we were better than this, but time and time again, the absolutely disgusting streamer Unenlightened proves that there is no limit to how low he will sink. Looks absolutely horrifying. Ort only, please. Am I to be offended? Ort is the only acceptable terminology in this society. Art is an archaic term, and honestly, the origins of the term are a little problematic. So we'll be saying art or Ort from now on, exclusively. Okay, we got a kind of uvula going on here. I don't know why he needs one, but now he's got one. Yeah, and then this needs to connect right here. Ignore the mouth penis. Here, we can make it slightly less penally. If we even out the shape like that. There. Now it's not a mouth penis. This is small PV. Let me have this here, okay? We're gonna call it progress. I got it there. I think I just need to draw this connection, and then we can smooth it out. So this needs to come like this. In fact, having this kind of do a stretch thing might be good. Right, and then this needs to kind of be filled in back. Oh, that's going to push through. Didn't think about that. We want to just barely be over here. Like this. And then I can make the brush smaller and fill these broader shapes in. There we go. Sometimes when you're making stuff, things just have to look like genitals for a little bit, and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, we're pretty good in here. It looks like there are like boils inside the mouth now, but we can fix that. This actually needs to be shaved away a little bit, I think. Looks really cool. Thank you, Hermit. I think we're in the right ballpark. We're definitely moving in the right direction. What I'm not sure of is how I'm going to go about doing the next part with all the additional segments. But almost certainly at that point, that something there will also look like a dick. The peen will return in Avengers Endgame. Okay. That shape is working. Okay, it's smoothing out nicely, too. Sometimes I have issues with the smoothing brush not really working as well as I would like it to. You will get penalized for that kind of language. Boo! Boo! No, that was a good one. That was a good pun. Good pun. Solid 7.5. Okay, yeah, so some of this material's got to come away. Like, I do like that bubbles up a little bit here, but this part doesn't really make sense. That should go down. And then this I think we can bring down a little bit also. I can tell you I am looking forward to the Mario movie. It seems like they actually managed to make that an entertaining film. I guess the first reviews have come through and it's looking pretty positive, which is nice. I wanted to not hate that movie. And it seems like they're going to let me do that. It's kind of like what happened with Sonic. Except they kept their shame to themselves. What I heard was that Nintendo did an early screening of the first cut, and it was received terribly. Rose and Corey and the others, are they on America time since they aren't here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Monday morning streams are usually pretty quiet. People will show up an hour or so in, and I'll have gotten some project time done already, made some progress, and then we chit-chat and hang out. But oftentimes folks like you who are on different time schedules will be able to pop in and say hello, and I get to see y'all when I don't normally get to. So I like doing the early streams. Okay, this is looking better now. Let's kind of soften that up a little bit. There you go. Okay, and then I'm gonna not punch an entire like pathway down to the stomach, but I am going to try to punch a little bit of an esophagus here. That's the way I should be going, right? We're going to pass through the wall real quick here. Is that good? That's good, right? Yes, right? Because that's going up through here. Should be more or less. Yeah, perfect. Forget my old username. Is it Yui_Austin? Yes, that is me. That is me. And I still use that on some of my social accounts and stuff like that. Yeah, the UE is short for unenlightened, so I made for YouTube and for Twitch, I made the channel name the whole name, and then Yui Austin is me, so that's what I'm using for socials. That's probably far enough. Maybe broaden that a little bit. I'm going to bring the brush scale up and then just kind of push this back a little bit more. Oh, that's poking a hole. Oh, weird. There were pockets in there. I'm going to smooth those out. I do kind of like them, but I want to... There we go. Yeah. I want them to feel a little more like they're part of the shape of the mouth. There we go. And then we want to have these things going all the way along this top edge, and they'll start coming out of here. So this is going to be paneled, like exoskeletal shielding, and then this will be squishy underbelly. The mouth will start at this edge. You don't want to meet this creature? Nor do I. Nor do I. I'm trying to make it as scary as possible. This is basically supposed to be the scariest thing on the map. That is the objective of this guy. So I'm pulling out all the stops on creepy. Seems like it's working. So now I want them to start feeling like they're coming more from in here and then having to fold out and back in like that, if that makes sense. Spider legs at the back. It is going to have... I wish you could see my actual hands. But it's going to have little, like, leggies going all the way down. So, basically, yeah. More or less. I like how I still turn and nod at the screen even though you can't see me. Yeah, it's going to be really creepy. I'm very happy with this design. Fortunately, the design portion of this is already done. I did that over a year ago, at least. Kind of square these up a little bit, because these will also be made out of that exoskeletal material. What would that be called? I'm sure there's a proper name for it. Or I guess shielded on the outside, right? So you'd want it to feel cornered like that, and then you would kind of imagine that the inside of this would be soft and squishy like a crab leg. So it should have a little bit of a bulged shape there. Now this is for real time, so this model is probably going to have to be simplified. Because, I mean, this needs to run in a game environment. And this is a lot of triangles. So, probably not like this. Going to the kitchen, but keep me in your ears. All right. I'm glad I'm coming with you to the kitchen. Don't drop me. I'm very fragile. Okay. That's starting to work. Oh, this thing is going to be nightmare fuel. I love it. Exactly what I needed. Perfection. Still want that point like that. Perfect. There we go. The sculpting program kind of lets you move stuff around wherever you want. And then it seems to resolve the surface of the mesh every time you let go with a tool. Or with the move tool specifically, I guess. And what that ends up meaning is sometimes it doesn't end up exactly the way you were trying to put it. Because if you're in a really tight area where it's like, you know, pretty low resolution or relatively because of how close and fine you're working on the model... you'll end up with, like, trying to draw out a point, and then when it resolves, it makes it into, like, a fork, or it, you know, eats the last point that you placed, and the thing ends up shorter than it was before. Little weird stuff like that can happen when you get down to the fine detail layer. But before that point, You can pretty much just move things around without even thinking about it, and it just ends up the way you wanted it. Oh, I also would not want to meet this creature. Does not seem like a friend. I can't wait to start animating it. It's going to be so terrifying. What are the eyes going to look like? Should I do two big, like, saucer eyes? Or should I do like a bunch of beady little eyes like a spider? The friend-shaped does not apply here. Yeah, absolutely not. If anyone finds this to be what they would call friend-shaped, I don't want to meet their friends. Okay, I just want to draw this whole shape out. Lola. Okay, and then we can push all this back in. Beads for sure. There we go. That's looking pretty good. Okay, and then I want to point here. Do I do first-person shooters at all? Not really. No, it's not usually. I'm more into, like, I got three main categories. Platformers. It's basically it's platformers, strategy games, and RPGs. That's basically all I do. Like role-playing story games work for me too. Not like necessarily, big open world RPGs. Are you a big first-person shooter fan? You got one you're into right now? I feel like this needs to be like curved down more. Something like that. Alright, just kind of rotate this up like that. There we go. It makes it look more like, I don't know, just hangy. Literally playing PUBG alongside making food and watching me. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you've always been a pretty big PUBG fan, haven't you? I've definitely heard you talking about that before. Yeah, I used to play those a little more. My brother likes shooters more than I do. So when we were kids, we had quite a few of those in the house, and I would play those with him. But ever since moving out of the house, I don't really play those anymore. And then I want this next one to be kind of like up a little bit more, and then coming around to here. And then I think the last one for the mouth is going to be around here, because I want the paneling to kind of wrap to here, so it'll be reaching from this point. Is basically, that's what we've got left in terms of where the next fangs are going to go. Are these fangs? Do they count as fangs? I guess, right? I guess, wouldn't they need to carry venom to be fangs? Isn't that part of the thing? I feel like somebody said that to me in some life science class at some point. You know, when they called it life science, well, at least in American school, they called it life science instead of biology because they didn't trust us to, like, process the word biology. Like, this is life science. Nope, sticks. There's sticks. Alright, I'll go with sticks. Works for me. I'm sure that's what the biologists would call them. Oh, that's looking pretty good. That is unsettling to look at, and I love it. That's exactly what I'm going for. You do not want to meet this thing in a dark alley. Good lord. Okay. These last two need to be pretty big. So its meeting point goes like this. I think this last one is big, and then we'll do a littler one down here, maybe. That makes more sense. Because that kind of tends to be how animals are structured. Like, it'll build all the way up to the big one, and then you kind of want to, like, trickle it off at the other end so that there's a little bit of an outro. Danger noodle. The ultimate danger noodle. The danger noodle that puts other danger noodles to shame. Makes them look like some kind of regular noodle. Super lame. It's really ruining the street cred of the traditional danger noodle. Or dangerous noodleus traditionalis. If you're a life scientist. Okay. I kind of want this whole thing to fold back pretty sharply right here. I really like using the move tool to do most of my shaping, because you just end up with something that's a lot smoother than trying to... There's just a clay brush, and you can just place new clay. This isn't quite going the way I wanted to, but we can fix it. Actually, you know what? I'm going to dial it back to about here. A little bit further back. And then from this, I want to actually go more up. Like that. There we go. This is kind of the really extreme one. The one that's like a feature. So we're gonna add some more detail to this one. There'll be more of an interesting shape, like this kind of finned protrusion here. kind of want that to have a sort of shielded look to it. Right, because if I imagine this thing were to try to defend itself, it would probably use those front two protrusions to do so. There we go. I think that kind of helps fill the negative space there too. And it looks good from the sides. It kind of makes that more pronounced. And then I think we do one or maybe even two little ones down here to kind of finish it off. But this definitely is starting to make me think Leviathan, for sure. Okay, and then this we want a little bit more of a point there, and then bring it down nice and fine at the very end. Okay, and we can do a surface panel on this one also, since this appendage is paneled. We should just do it the whole way down, at least up until we get to the point at the end. Hey, Sky, you like my monster that I made? If it helps, you can call it Dennis. I'm sorry to have alarmed you so early in the morning. Why don't we just try adding some clay here? There we go. That's not bad, huh? That's pretty scary looking. Now I just need a bunch more of those segments. Well, I need to panel up the whole front area too. We're not quite done with that. But I think it fills up the right areas. Like they're all resting in a place that looks natural. I mean, it looks horrifying, but it looks natural. It looks like an actual organic thing. Okay, and then I think I can get away with one more little one down here. Like we just kind of want to run this through into there. And then draw it up a little bit more. Sky, what are you up to today? If you've stayed with us, rather than running away from the monster, which is understandable. Yeah, definitely one little one down there. Could imagine meeting this in Half-Life. I'll take that as a high compliment. Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely something that you'll want to avoid unless you're ready for it when the game comes to fruition. You're going to want to be prepared. Okay, we got that last tiny little arm there. Yeah, I think that definitely adds a lot to just make it feel more like a real creature. It just always seems to be like that, right? There's like it builds up to the big one, and then there's just one teeny tiny one left at the end just because body plans aren't perfect, you know? It just makes sense to have that there. Plus, it makes it that much stringier. And then from, I think maybe 1, 2, and 3, or maybe 1, 2, and 3, we're going to have these, like, really long strands that I might be better off just painting in. But like what you'd see on like a traditional Chinese dragon. You know what I mean? Those like long tendril antenna thing. We want something like that. And I definitely want 2. I might want 3. Because I feel like maybe another one right there, and then that one's a little shorter, maybe wraps to here. Then this one should go a large percentage of the way down the body. I don't know how many I can undo here. Oh, good. We can get rid of that. I'm going to try painting it in instead. And what I'm going to do is we're going to take the sphere brush with the clay tool. We're adding clay, and then we want a plane constraint. Because I do basically want this to stay along one plane, and then we can warp it from there. So something like this. Oh, hold on. We're going to undo that. We need a bigger brush. There we go. Something like that. That then goes out like that. I just bumped into something. That kind of worked, but I want it to be more like this. That, you can kind of see what I'm going for here, right? I think I can do smoothing also. How smooth does that make it? Okay, that made it not draw a stroke at all. I don't know how to... Okay, my undos and redos don't seem to be doing anything. Oh, you can really steady the stroke. Okay, we got this. This is how this is going to go. So we want it to be... I need to make sure I have enough actual space here. So I need to be facing this way. And then what I want to do is start it more or less like this with a little bit of an upward tilt. And then we are going to draw this Nope, that got too close. Okay, this is gonna work. I just gotta be careful about it. There it was. Oh, look at that. That's exactly what I wanted. Perfect. That will do the job. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, and then I want another one of those. That's not touching anywhere, right? That comes out of there perfectly and just follows the shape. Awesome. Oh, I'm very pleased. Okay, that's cool. Extra Nobi ropes. I think one more, right? One more that maybe goes back. You like look at this line here. One more that goes back to like maybe this far. So it would come from here and then wrap around and then be at a slightly shallower angle and then stop around here. I think it'll work. So it should be coming from in here. And then it needs to be heading for there. Okay, and then we are going to try to pull that out that way. And then basically pull it straight. Nope, it's going to cut through that arm. We don't want that. It's got to come out of here in order to work at all. Unless we bring it from this one. We could do that. So if I pull from here, and then we want to immediately curve out, it'll be able to tuck underneath that. And then that one goes to about there. Is that good or bad? I feel like it should be at a sharper angle. Probably a good idea. I feel like it should be mounted a little higher up the mouth. Either that or they should be mounted in almost the same place and it should separate. They're too parallel right now is really the problem. So what if we go from here like that and we just try to go for a wider start? Nope, they're going to meet each other. So we'll go from here, from there. It's hard to get that right. Okay, so that needs to go out and turn. No. Still touched it. Damn. How would that look anyway? Okay, I do like that angle though. So we can make this work. Yes, what I said. Upper line needs more curve or variation. Yes, what I said. All right, perfect. I also agree with we need some up and down curve. But I'll have to do that with the move tool in just a moment. Actually, I should do that first so that I'm not dealing with the move tool with two things in the same place. So, good call. Thank you. Because we do need some up and down variation as well as the horizontal variation that we already had. Okay, there's that. And then we'll put the second one back. Okay, so that should angle that way a little bit. And then we want to go... If we go out immediately, I might get away with it. Okay, yeah, that thing will give you nightmares. I don't think we need a third one. I think 2 is good. Two looks alien enough, you know? Doesn't need to be more alien than that. And then what I'm going to do with these is I'm going to pull them around a little bit wider and down. And this one I need to rotate down like that. There we go. That's cool. So that reminds me a little bit of the sea monster boss from Twilight Princess. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but I'm definitely getting those kinds of vibes. That thing is creepy. I love it. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. I will see you in just a moment. Okay, we are back. Let me just make sure that that's true. Yes, okay. Oh, I shouldn't have gone with minimize. Such an idiot. There we go. Okay. I've put my hands back on and we're ready to go. Oh, pardon me. Sorry. Okay, so we're working on this monster. And I think now we're at a stage where I want to panel up this area around the head. We're going to have a face here. Right now, it's an Among Us person. Because I don't know what that face is going to look like. Not exactly. But we've been kind of just winging it, and it's been working so far. So I think we'll keep it up. We shall continue to wing until we can wing no longer. But for this part, what I want to do is I want to kind of draw this out to make it feel a little thicker, and then we can sharpen up these edges by just drawing the clay into itself. You can make these sharp edges. And then it'll feel more like paneling, and then I can push these in to make it more of a seam instead of a smooth transition. And so that's kind of going to be our order of operations here to start paneling this up. And then the texture will do the rest of the heavy lifting here. Because we are still going to use, texture and bump mapping and or just normal mapping in general to add more detail to these things. But this is definitely one of the most elaborate creatures in the entire world. And I was talking to Emily, and since this is a big moment actually. Since the designs are kind of more broad than what would be defined as a dragon, I don't think we're going to call them dragons anymore. I'm throwing around a few alternative names for whatever their species is. But dragons just doesn't seem to make sense to me. The way they're just like, this is not a dragon. You know what I mean? So we're thinking, I don't know, maybe, I don't want to say any of them because I'm not sure any of them are going to stick, but like, I'm going to say them anyway. Like titans or even just gods is a possibility. But gods doesn't quite seem right because like this one is a god. This one is definitely a god in the context of the game. And like their lore and universe and shit. But all of them are not gods. Think like Pokemon. Except not anywhere near as many species. Well, this is actually going to need to be... I should push this more over here into those. Yeah. There we go. Because that needs to be all up around that to make those feel like they're coming from the fleshy under part. This thing is gross. I love it. I am smitten with how disgusting and horrifying this thing is. Oh, hand's doing weird stuff. Okay, I need a smaller brush here. And I want these to be separate panels. And I guess this panel should be underneath, right? It should be like, in order from top to bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's kind of going to have a triangular meeting right here, and then we've got more of a trapezoidal, and then trapezoid. Mainstream game companies could buy this from me. Last of Us or Resident Evil. Hey, you know, that would be really sick. I mean, that's a big part of why I'm making a game, is because I want to show that I can. So that'd be pretty tight. I'd be on board with that. But I mean, the dream would be for people just to dig this enough that I'd be able to hire people and just make this game myself. Or rather, not myself, but with a team that I'm in charge of. And I'm hoping the look of the models and stuff like that will be a draw, you know? Okay, we're going to bring down the strength of our smoothing brush a little bit. Or a lot of bit. Stop it. There we go. Because I don't want to screw up the shape too much. Just kind of want to, like, deburr this a little bit. There we go. We'll go through and add another layer of sharpness in all of those seams in a little bit, but not right now. Okay, so we're not going to worry about following that all the way out because we're focused on this edge, but I do like the way that feels, and then the next one is along here. And I think we leave that top one as one panel. Oh, stand by for just a second. Whoop. Give me a moment. Need some water. And yeah, I did not fill my thermos. No chug jug today. There we go. That's better. Alrighty, so I'm just going to try and cinch up these edges a little bit. There we go. And then what I need to achieve here, I guess I'll start down here at the first one, is I want the look that this is laying over the top of the previous panel, like that, as tight as I can make it. And then that means that it needs to come over in the front also, and I can just kind of push this back a little bit, like that. There we go. Push that in. Cinch this up as tight as I can underneath here. And then let this even just bulge out a little bit. I think it'll be okay if it has a little bit of extra thickness there, just to help sell the shape. There it goes. Nice. Okay, and then I just need to even that out a little bit. And nice. Okay, how's that look from a distance? That's looking pretty good. It does look really lumpy where these seams are right now. And that's going to need to be fixed before this is done. But I'm going to try to not get sucked down that rabbit hole quite yet, because you can see the process of smoothing it out ruins the shape, and so it's kind of this back and forth game. I should be using this move tool, though. Because I can do much larger sections at once. And it's much easier to keep it smooth with this little pill tool. Yeah, that made things so much faster. Push this all the way down like that. And there we go. Ooh, you know what I'm going to do really quick? We're going to flip on some music. You're going to not hear me for just a second here. Evidently I lied and Soundstripe has crashed. So... Oops. Oh well. Okay, now this face is reminding me of the really shielded enemies from Hollow Knight. The ones with the hammer, or they roll around or something. Okay. Definitely not perfect yet, but looking pretty good. Just need to go through and smooth a lot of this out. Kind of tuck in close. Because it's better to fix these problems with a normal map to really tighten this up than ruin the shape of the model. Because then you're going to get weird shadows and stuff. How do I go on with texturing and painting? That I'm going to be doing... Well, you can... There is a paint tool in this. I have not used it yet. I don't know a whole lot about it. Let me see. There's an actual brush. Okay. Stroke steadying, hardness, opacity. Okay, that's interesting. So that could be worth at least... It didn't unhorrify it, no. Unfortunately, we can't come back from that. What does lowering the hardness do? Oh, it softens it. That tracks. Okay, so I might do at least a rough texture in this. I know you can export the texture along with it, so then I could theoretically take the rough texture and use that as a blueprint to paint in more detail in Krita or Photoshop or something. So that might be how we go from here. I've not gotten to that point with something I've sculpted in Medium before, so that's a good question that I don't really have the full answer to. But yeah, that's probably more or less how it's going to go. My favorite thing about working in VR is I don't have to worry about the camera angle at all. What I see is what you see. And that's it. I don't have to worry about it. Okay, that top panel is looking pretty tasty now. So that'll obviously continue all the way back. I might turn this shape into a panel, like down to this point over here, and then up and around. You like the folds? Thank you. Yeah, I think they're working. I think it's making it look armored in the way that I was hoping. This needs to be smoothed out a little bit, but we managed to pull it off up here, so I don't know why we wouldn't be able to do it down there. This does need just a touch right around here. Okay. Because if I can just even this out enough, it doesn't really matter that it bulges up a little bit there, because you won't see it that much in the shading. That's already a lot better. And I still need to think about how the eyes are going to go. It's not certain. I feel like many eyes could be cool. Maybe I do like a set of 4 big ones, and then a bunch of smaller ones. It's going to be a little trypophobia-y, but might look cool as hell. Okay. Nice. I can kind of do this like scooping motion. Like you kind of go like that, and you can grab it and roll it in under itself pretty well. Oh, sorry if I just puffed on the mic there. Does that happen? Does it do like a bad puff noise every time I say a P, or were they smart enough to put the mic in a place where that doesn't happen? I don't listen to the quality of the audio out of this thing very often. I probably shouldn't have just assumed. I mean, I did test it at the very beginning. I guess I didn't notice anything then. Need to raise this up a little bit more. That's part of the issue, is it just doesn't look thick enough. There we go. Something like that. Good. And then just have to smooth the back of the shell. And I mean, really the main purpose, because again, you sell a lot of that stuff with the normal map and the texture. So you really just need it to be enough that when that part of the character is in profile, you can see the shape in the silhouette. That's the main purpose that it's serving. And I think that sells it. This could be a little bit better. The one on the bottom is pretty good. And like, you're not really gonna, if you're here, you're not thinking about that. You're more concerned with this situation. I guess you can see it from above. That's a place you might end up being. Lola. There we go. Just roll this over. There we go. Just made that a little sharper. I just have to do the same thing here. Just grab it and roll my hand over. And it keeps working. Okay, smooth that face back out again. This needs to be sharpened up a little bit still. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. I'm not going to push all the way back to those other panels just yet. We're going to work on we're going to keep working on just the face right now. Cuz that other stuff is going to be, I mean, this is tedious stuff here. But that's going to be even more so. Goes. Alright, now we're going to take this original one down here at the bottom, give it that same twisty treatment. And that is the kind of stuff that I just like. I don't know how you translate that really effectively into a regular modeling program. Like, I've been waiting for so long to be able to do sculpting in virtual reality where I have this amount of fine control over what I'm doing, and then I can just take the model straight in. I can just use it in whatever I'm doing. And it's not like I'd have to sculpt it in real life so that I can have the real life sculpting and then 3D scan it, and then you have to go through and fix the model because the 3D scan is good but not perfect, which means you've got weird geometry and you've got like stuff that isn't accurate and, you know, extra polygons and all kinds of random gobbledygook to deal with. Like, I've been dreaming of this. I love having this as a tool. There we go. Alright, that's pretty good. Can smooth that up a little bit. Again, we're not going to follow that down the rest of the body because we're focused on the face right now. And I guess now I have to figure out what I'm going to do about the eyes. There's not really much debating that at this point. So, where's my water? There it is. The question is, how many eyes? It's an important question. We're going to just kind of try stuff. So let's save. Yeah, see, so there's Opal and there's Tucker. I've done both of those now that I've gotten used to using this sculpting program. But I didn't want to just be working on naked people. I'll just say Leviathan 01. Enter. There we go. Hadn't been saving this whole time. That's not good. Okay, so now we actually do want the clay tool. We can turn off our plane constraint and our stroke steady. We don't want either of those. I should play with the taper speed more. Not an issue right now, though. We don't want it to taper at all. So we'll not touch that. And then we want the sphere. And what we're going to do is just kind of experiment. So, like, what if it had two big bug eyes like that? That makes it look a little too derpy. So what if it still had pretty big eyes, but not that big? Like that. Okay, and then a secondary inner eye, kind of like a spider. Okay, keep my hand steady here. I do kind of like this. Okay, we need more. Oh, lower in, like that. There we go. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 10. Well, let's make it 12. And put 2 centered eyes. Maybe we can have one that's a little bit bigger. Not quite as big as this, though. Yeah, like this. Right there. Oh, that's extremely unsettling. I love it. What do we think? Horrible. Absolutely horrifying. Aragog 5s. Great. Thank you. Perfect. That's what we're going for, right? It's supposed to be one of the most unsettling things you've witnessed. I mean, seeing this thing is supposed to drive people crazy. Not literally, not like in the Lovecraftian sense. But like, people just run away in terror whenever they see this thing. I feel like we're in that ballpark. Like, I'm feeling pretty good about it. Alright. So, we want to tighten up those seams. I also need to do something with the rest of this face. And I feel like we should take something with these. Because, like, these kind of inform the ridges on the back of the throat in here. Right? And while I was making it, it actually kind of happened in the opposite direction. But if we continued that on the surface here, maybe we could add some cool ridging to the face. Yeah, the face is totally missing something. We are absolutely on the same page. Yeah, you're right there with me. Okay, so we're going to try doing this with the inflate brush. I'm not positive. Oh, inflate brush is going to be weird here because of the skinny piece. It's so stupid. Here, I can undo it, so I'll show you. If I use the inflate brush on this, because it's like recalculating where stuff is going, I mentioned before that can make weird stuff happen in the narrow spots. It disappears at first before it starts inflating. It's really annoying. That is the biggest reason why I use the move tool so much. Is because that is consistent no matter what the geometry situation is. So I just get used to using it. And I have a habit in general of finding one tool I really like and using that for everything. Which is not a good habit at all. Maybe a triple or double stress wrinkle on the forehead, like more prominent folds. Like kind of, because this is kind of like angry eye shaped. So you're saying like put some anger in there. Am I reading you right? Right above the eyes? Is that what you're talking about? Exactly. All right. We can do that. I'm going to run these ridges and then we'll do exactly what you just said. Great idea. I like it. Okay, I also like that texturing. That is doing things for me. This is giving me the good brain chemical. It makes these things look a lot more terrifying. Like it makes them feel stronger, I think. Because like, oh no, the muscles and like bone for that go way back into the face. Like it makes it feel more like, you know. Yeah, you're digging it? All right. Okay, I might take those further, but I want to leave that where it is and kind of see how I feel about it for a little bit before I decide whether or not I think it needs more. He says, still doing more and unable to stop himself. There. I want to leave that like that. I like that it kind of fills in and then sucks back in again. Okay, so now let's do this furrowed brow. Okay. And we'll have to probably kind of define those eyes a few times while we're doing this. And the nice thing is, the eyes are just going to be black as the void. So they don't need to move. So I don't actually need to... I was thinking for a second there, oh, I have to make sockets and like do that the right way. And I do not. Because you don't really see the eyes move. So... And it's probably creepier if they don't move. Well, and this furrowed brow is going to look a little cartoony, especially at first pass here. But I think I'm kind of into that, because everything I've been doing so far, it's... I mean, I have kind of a toony art style. I mean, this is the horrifying end of that tooniness, but... I'm not like a hyper-realism person. You know what I mean? It's not really my jam. Okay. Creepy blinkies would totally screw you up, though. Like eyelids, 12 of them. Oh, God. Oh, you can't even see the top, whatever, 4 eyes that need to be up there. 6? Now, this is landing. I'm liking it. I think we can let that bulge out a little bit more. And then we need another one. Okay, and then I want to kind of smooth that away. It slaps, as the younglings say. Oh my God. It do be straight bussin'. My favorite thing about seeing new slang develop is just realizing that it's all stupid. Because, like, you start to go, that's dumb, and then you think about the stuff that, you know, you said as a kid, and it's like, that wasn't any less dumb. That is every bit as dumb. And they're usually just variations on what the last generation said. Nobody's like coming up with new vocabulary. No, no cap. All right. Okay, that definitely did the thing. Let's bring the strength down real low on this. Just give it a quick dusting. This is looking pretty good. We need to bring those other eyeballs back. So, ball, add. And then, fortunately, we have a reference for the size. It seems like we're still on the size, which is weird, because I'm pretty sure we did this one last, but whatever. Was that it? Was that all that was there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that's right. Missing 2? Should I do that? Like that? I don't think that was there. Although I do feel like these were... Maybe these were a little bit bigger.
I think we gotta cone the dog.
Oh no.
She's chewing on her foot again. And I gave her a bundle of something already.
Okay. Do you know where the cone is?
I think so.
Do you need me?
I think it should be okay. I'll let you know if I do.
Okay. Well, sorry Lola, but you gotta stop chewing on that.
It didn't look as bad when I looked at it, but she's gotta stop.
Yeah, she definitely. I mean, the vets were. I mean, they're not super concerned that she'll have a repeat or a secondary infection, but they said it's definitely a risk. So. Yeah, exactly. She just keeps making it worse, which is not what she's trying to do, but it's got to be. She must be stopped. All right, thanks for letting me know. Well, that's a bummer. Eyelids would be creepy. You know, we can make that happen pretty easily. Yeah, I feel bad for Pup. She'll be okay, but she's just got allergic reaction on her foot. Okay, well, we'll do these. We'll make them look even worse. We'll do them as sockets. Oh, God help us. Oh, that is the that is the worst. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. Now I don't like having this in my face. It's actually disturbing me a little bit. I don't like where this is going. This may cause me to find religion.
Okay, I might need you to blow the thing up.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm creating a demon. Can you see it?
I don't think I'm doing it.
What do you think?
Oh, he's creepy.
I know, right?
I like it. Ooh. Ooh.
Not bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, give me 1 second to inflate this thing. As in religious, I need Jesus? Probably.
Do you think we could do the big one? Is that too big?
Do the big one?
That's the bigger. I think they're two sizes.
Hold on, let me find out. Okay, I'm trying not to pass out here. There we go. Okay. All right, here you go, Em.
Ooh, thank you. Sorry, bug.
Okay, that was a lot. We have an inflatable cone for her because the plastic ones hurt too much. And they're just like cheap and don't last a long time. We got one inflatable one and it's worked every time she ever needed a cone. Hopefully she's not too big for it now and I get proven wrong immediately. Okay, that's pretty good. It's definitely creepier to have it be eye sockets instead of eyeballs. I don't like that at all. But you're absolutely right. It'll be much more terrifying to have it be able to blink. Because then you can have like a whole wave of blinking across the eye. I feel like it goes like, it'll be symmetrical. Right? But you go in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? That's how you do it. So it blinks these two out, and then the little ones all go in a radius. Imagine being able to poke one out, rip it out with a spear or something. No, you're totally right. Because you are supposed to be able to fight this thing. So you should absolutely be able to do that. Good call, Hermit. Good call. Okay. Well, that'll haunt my nightmares for the next several months. Good God. Well, and can you imagine this thing just swimming around? And to be clear, like, a human in comparison to this thing is probably about this tall. This thing is enormous. Sorry to add many burdens to my sculpture. No, you're adding great ideas. I am always open to good ideas. I'm open to bad ideas too, because they usually can make good ideas. They can be a very good jumping off point to a good idea. Bad ideas are still very useful. But this right here, what you just said, is just a good idea. Having the eyes come out like that, 100%. Oh, this thing is so creepy. I love it. And the eyebrow protrusion, great idea. Love that. Is she still getting at it?
Hey, sorry, I need your help to get this on.
Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. Please stand by. Oh, she is not happy. That is not a happy dog. The droopy tissue hanging between the eye and the socket? What droopy tissue? What are we talking about? Is that something that's there or something that needs to be there? Oh. Just for when you rip out an eye with a spear. Yeah. Yeah, like the retinal nerve. Optic nerve. Whatever it's called. The seeing things wire. That. Okay, I'm liking that. Maybe it just needs recalculated normals, and that'll help with some of this weirdness. Okay, now we're going to try and start continuing that paneling look down here. So we have those broad shapes that we flattened out with the brush at the very, very beginning of this. And we're going to use those to decide what our panels are. So there's kind of a triangular extra panel here. And then you've got this panel that takes up that flat surface. Then there's another panel here. And then there's one more right there in front of that. And then you've got some... all these won't all be individuals, but like I'll kind of group that together. But that's more or less the idea. That mouth... This thing is terrifying. Wow. Seeing things wire, exactly. Yeah. You know, that's the... I mean, like... I'm not a doctor, but I do know everything that a doctor would know. There we go. So I can draw this line, and then from there it'll come down this way. Stop at that corner. Yeah, that's going to work. I was trying to decide whether or not I wanted to separate this and have an extra panel here. I think that's just going to be too busy. We've already got like a big cross line happening with these, whatever these tendril things are. So I don't think I need another one. Kind of like the Leviathans in Subnautica. Uh-oh. I'm going to need to take a look at those because that's what he's called. Do they already look like this? I mean, this is also just kind of generally what something called a Leviathan looks like, but still. Oh, big difference, but gives off same vibes. Okay, good. Yeah, because if it's just generally a big, like, creepy, snakely monster thing, then that's generally what a Leviathan is. So I think I'm still in the clear, or at least I hope so. Oh, there are a few different ones. Interesting. Well, in this game, this is the one and only. So they're like a class of enemy you can fight. That's what the Leviathans are in Subnautica. Is it just for glory, or do they have some specific kind of loot you're trying to get? Why are you after them? Oh, this thing is terrifying. I just find myself just staring at it. I'm really happy with how this has turned out. Because, I mean, like, I've drawn him before. But, you know, this feels much more real, because this is, like, the model I can actually use. And the testing area that I'm going to be building up, or that I'm in the process of building up, for working on the game mechanics will include at least part of the Leviathan's territory. So it makes sense to actually have him done. You only have like 15 hours, so you generally stayed well clear of them, but you don't think they dropped loot. Just the big beast to be defeated, or maybe something that just you'll accidentally come across and then learn never to go there again. Only had 15 hours. Is that because you didn't end up liking it as much as you thought you would, or just didn't capture your fancy? I know there are tons of games that I like that I just don't end up finishing because I get distracted or find something else that draws me a little bit more, and then I forget to go back. What's your story, Hermit? What happened between you and Subnautica? Where did it all go wrong? Oh, this thing is just nightmare fuel. I love it. Sometimes the mirror tool will have weird little glitches. That's when you see like that little line that showed up there that I just got rid of, that right there. It's because I was doing stuff over here and it mirrored over there, and then it just glitches out and it'll either remove or add just a little perfectly straight section. It's very weird. And honestly, it's too freaking creep. I think I missed the first part of that. Hold on. Oh, wait. Let me do that. Reload. There we go. Oh, you for sure could keep going, but like I said, yeah, you forget about it. Oh, thank you, Hermit. Appreciate you resending it. Yeah, it's just how it goes sometimes, you know? There we go. You find your attentions have been drawn to new games. New horizons. Oh, the fact that that whole thing is the mouth. That's really the part that's disturbing. Because that looks like the beginning of legs, but this is all just still mouth. Yikes. I have like a whole religion for these people also. And this is a still living, and obviously it is in fact real, but most people don't think it's real anymore, artifact of that religion. This is like one of the primordial beings. The rest of them, save for one, actually don't exist anymore. I might add something into the game at some point where you could resurrect them, but they're like gods of creation and destruction and stuff like that I think would be pretty game-breaking to have just around. Whereas this guy is just like the god of darkness, and then the only other one that's around is the god of light. The rest of them are gone. That thing swoops down on its meals. It definitely does. Yeah. Yeah, and if it's decided you're its meal, I don't think there's much debating happening. So the light dragon, well, I mean it's a much simpler design. But challenging in its own way because it's made out of very smooth shapes. So that's, simpler, like from a design standpoint. But when something's all lumpy and bumpy like this, it's a little bit easier because, your mistakes can kind of be absorbed. The stuff that's happening at the edges here, I'm not really happy about. We'll take care of that. But, this in here looks fine. It's fine that it's all, like, gross and knobbly looking in that fleshy area. That's perfect. So, when I'm working on the light dragon, which I guess is not a dragon, Titan? I don't know if I'm going with Titan. I'm not sure how I feel about Titan. Doesn't sound right. But maybe we might end up with Titan. It's always hard to come up with like new names for shit when you're coming up with a fantasy world. Like everything's been done already. It's hard to be like a trailblazer. Danger shrimp. That's it. I think you've done it. You know what this shape is also kind of reminiscent of? This big horned shape reminds me of, if you've ever seen How to Train Your Dragon, the I don't know if they only show up in the third one maybe, but they have like king dragons, and they're like these big Leviathan like monsters, and they've got horns, I think, that do that, if I remember correctly, that go down and around like this. But I mean, I'm a really big fan of How to Train Your Dragon, so we can call that an homage. It was definitely in my mind while I was designing this. Atrocity? How you doing, Melody? Do you like the monster? We're making a new friend. Meet the Leviathan. What do you think? It's Leviathan friend. Because who doesn't want to have a My Neighbor Totoro-like adventure with a beast like this? Sure is something seeing your message on the overlay, but not my in-game chat. Ah, it happened again. Hold on. This is an easy fix now. Oh, I was looking for another word. Right. Yeah, atrocity works. I mean, look at it. I am really pleased with how this is coming along. It's making me much more confident for some of the other beasts. See, and that's the thing. Atrocity, danger shrimp, these are words that apply to this thing. But I need a replacement word for dragon, because I don't think that dragon really applies here. And they're like, some of them look more like traditional dragons, but some of them will not. Like, I already know that for a fact. So I kind of have to keep that in mind here when I'm naming stuff. Nothing's broken. It just goes to sleep really fast. Okay. So what we're doing at the moment is just going around and defining all of this paneling. I'm just really not satisfied with Titans, you know? Like, it works, but it just feels very placeholder. Like, there's some really big, prominent, modern media pieces that use Titans for their big monsters, like for the name for their big monsters. It just feels like done enough. Not overdone, just I'd like to do something different. Zeniths, since they're presumably the highest beings in existence. That's interesting. I like that, Melody. Definitely in the right ballpark. Very possibly the word. Tardigrade is the thing it reminds you of. It does also look like a tardigrade. You're not wrong. Probably will have a few more sections than a tardigrade does by the end of it. But more or less. I'm hearing you there, Hermit. I like zeniths. That's definitely close if it's not it. Maybe something not quite so exalted. Like, not as... It's good. But, like, maybe not quite as admired. Maybe just something that means more just big. Because there are some of them that are a lot more common also. Like, there are some that are actual pests. This one is basically a god. But they're all dragons. That's my best attempt at air quotes. I need a word like Pokemon, essentially. If opinion is that bad, generally, the opposite is nadir or nadir for lowest of low. Interesting. And where are these? Are these Latin roots, or what are we doing? Where is this based in? That feels more correct because well, the most common dragons that people would see, or the most common, I'm kind of liking nadir. Make sure I'm pronouncing. Please let me know if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Those two are rooted in Arabic, but you know them from astronomy. Oh, I like that. Yeah, because I don't think I'm going to go down... Like, I might go the whole conlang route and rename stuff by the time this is, like, something releasable. I doubt it. Conlangs always look like fun, but they seem like something that is just a rabbit hole I will get lost in forever. So I've kind of decided to not do that. So I like just pulling from all over the place, maybe, then, to try to name stuff. But yeah, I mean, most of the ones they're going to see are the ones... There's a species that are garden pests. And then there are what are essentially like stereotypical fire dragons, like fire-breathing dragons, that are enslaved by the leading government and used for transportation and fuel and labor. And it said nadir. Yeah, I like that. That term makes sense to be what most people call them, because they're usually... I mean, there are certain tribes and sects that recognize them as like intelligent creatures, but most of society looks at them as pests and or beasts of burden or monsters. So I think maybe nadir is the way to go. Thank you, Melody. And this one would be the lowest of the lowest of the low. King Tardigrade. The god of darkness. Darkness and death. They're interchangeable. I like to say darkness. It sounds more dramatic. Okay. Do I want that panel to have a sharp bottom on it? Maybe. Man, you definitely don't want to see that thing swimming up at you from any distance. Look at that. Even if it's super far away, that still looks really creepy. I don't know how far away that looks to you. It feels pretty far away to me. If I put it any further, the small details will start dissolving. But like that has a... That little notch out of the bottom makes it a recognizable silhouette from a pretty great distance. You would simply pass out and drown, Hermit. You could use both and refer to the big ones as zeniths. I do like that. There are only 2 left, but the rest of them do exist in lore. There's the light, there's the dark, there's creation and destruction are the same one. And then I think there were 2 more. I have it written down. I can't remember what their roles were. One of them is time, and then the other one was space. Yeah, so there was time, space, creation and destruction are the same one, and then there's light and dark. And time, space, and creation are dead. But dead in the way gods die, where like they don't have a physical form anymore, but it's not like time has ceased to exist. They just don't have a living presence in the world anymore. And again, I might bring them back in some way at some point, if that makes sense. But for now, they exist just in religion. So those would be the zeniths. And most people believe that we're left with the nadir, the lowly offspring of the zeniths that were once so great. Oh, wait, I had a name. I named the place. We finally named it. Emily? I think it was Rillis. Rillius? Relius. Relius is what I'm leaning on. No god of chaos, that's essentially what this guy is. Large, unsightly thing. This is essentially your god of chaos right here. Chaos, darkness, death, here. Light, life, order, You know, basically these represent the concepts of good and bad, or not even good and bad, but just yin and yang. They look a little bit different than they do in The Last Airbender. Doesn't seem very chaotic, just mean. Well, that's what you say now. But wait till he comes swimming up at you, and then rather than attacking, he pulls out a top hat and shows you his dance routine. I bet you think that was pretty chaotic.
I got you empanadas.
You got me empanadas? You're the best person ever. Thank you. Then he licks your toes. Oh, God. Oh, no. I don't need to visualize that, and now I can't stop. You would think that, but it doesn't seem likely. Hey, you never know. Anything is possible in the world of... Are we going with Relius? Em?
Huh?
Are we going with Relius as the name of the world? Is that what we landed on?
I don't know.
That sounds like you don't like it. That's what I'm reading. What is that shadow? What is that? What is casting that shadow? Where is this from? I don't... Oh, this is bad. I don't like this. Oh, he's looking really good. Hey, Pimp, how you doing? Welcome in. What's going on? This is the monster we're creating today. Greet the beast of darkness. Oh, everything's void because I'm not wearing the helmet. That's super weird. That's who we're working on right now. Pimp, how's your day going? Please ignore the momentary darkness. I'm just going to take a bite of my empanadas really quick. It's been a bit of a rough week. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope hanging out with us and sculpting a demon is enough to improve your week a little bit. Yeah, and it's only Monday. Okay, almost back. The void is very quiet. The helmet goes to sleep very quickly. Ooh, okay, there we go. Thank you for your patience. That's so weird. This is our monster that we're working on. This is the demon at the bottom of the ocean, the thing that lives in that giant trench on the map. This is the guy. Your mom needs a new place to stay. She attacked someone where she's at. Oh no, Pimp, I'm sorry. Oh, that's rough, man. So you guys are in the process of finding a different place for her to go? Well, that sounds like quite a task, Pimp. Sorry to hear that. And here I am just making some kind of creepy alien thing, but hopefully I can manage to be a little bit distracting. I wouldn't even know where to begin. How did you find the first place? There we go. Okay, that's the beginnings of that back panel. This one's going to run up until we get to this point, and then it'll come to here. I know there's a ridge here, but we're going to kind of pretend that's not there. And we're going to put that panel here, and then the overhead piece can be one solid section on the top. It kind of reminds me of like a pharaoh's crown thing. I don't know what they're called. Okay, fold that over. There it goes. And then again, I think that's just going to have to be helped with bump mapping. But honestly, it looks pretty good. Definitely have a lot of cleaning up to do. But, I mean, for just a few hours into a sculpt, I'm definitely pretty happy. Trying to make sure I don't hit those tendrils because they will react very negatively to the smoothing brush. They'll get, like, shrunken up and reshaped, and I don't want to deal with any of that. Okay, then that one's going to come up like this. Fill in this section here. So this panel would be behind it, so that's still the top section. But I think I'm going to continue down and finish this face here. Okay. So, next panel is going to come from right here. And it will roll over that way because I'm going to want that to panel. I want it to go down as it's going around from either direction here. Because then that way I think it'll end up nicely. We'll have a panel here that takes up this section that's underneath both of these. It'll just make more sense. Man, this thing looks like it would make swift work of you, doesn't it? Even if it wasn't, like, 20 times the height of a person. There it goes. So I think this one probably runs all the way down to the point here. Oh, which maybe means this should be one piece, right, with a top ridge. So if I fill this back out, we still want it to pucker a little bit like that, but it needs to do that on both sides. These don't get, they don't move. They can't be used as claws. They're rigid structures, but I think it would look better for this protruding point to be a little more claw-like. If anything, it just makes him look more dangerous. It's doing weird stuff. Don't be doing weird stuff. There we go. Go, just follow that all the way down to the end. It'll help kind of bring it to a point. I have the strength on my smoothing brush turned down quite a bit. Good morning, Corey. Is it a Kepresh or a tiger doe? What's a tiger? Are those what? I need pictures. Send me pictures. How you doing today, Corey? What's going on? Do you like the monster? How was the family visit? The family visit was great. It was good to see Mom and Dad. We went and did a bunch of the touristy New York stuff. And they came and saw the new place and got to see me and Emily and see the puppy again. And I showed them some of the bomb-ass food that's around. It was a good time. And then at the very end, we were 5 minutes from taking them to the airport yesterday. Or not yesterday, 2 days ago. And they got a call that their flight was canceled. And so they ended up stuck here. And we offered for them to stay here, but we don't have a huge amount of space. And they wanted a real bed. So they went and stayed at a hotel and had to leave the next morning. And rather than flying to the airport that they were supposed to fly into, they got dropped in Vegas with a connecting flight to LAX, which is not where my parents live. So they were not super psyched about that. Yeah, their flight was canceled due to weather. So what they ended up doing was they took the flight to Vegas, and then they bailed on the second flight, got a full refund for that because it was not, the cancellation and change was not their fault. So they got a full refund for that, and then used that to rent a car and drive the rest of the way home. Because the connecting flight, even though it would have brought them closer to home, it would have gotten them there at after a 7-hour layover. It was pretty brutal. Shared them on Discord, though you don't think they match now. Okay, hold on. Let me open Discord. Wait, we got him. Oh, totally, yes. Yes, Tiger Doe is the thing I was thinking of. Absolutely. Thank you, Pimp. I need to alt-tab my way back to that. There we go. Oh wait, I'm gonna take this opportunity for empanadas. Hold on. You like the little line in the sky, contrail vibes. It is, it's actually the marker for the mirror effect that I have on. But it also does look like a contrail. It can be whatever you want it to be. It's just as much scenery as it is a functional tool. Honestly, I don't really need the marker there. I don't know why it stays up permanently. It kind of gets in the way sometimes. But small price to pay. It's a pretty good program. I have Tucker is just about done. He has hair now. The 3D model of Tucker. And he has an armature, but I need to redo that because I adjusted the model. I made him taller, like his legs are longer than they were before. So I need to bring the new model in and adjust the armature, but that all works. There's also a body for Opal. I don't have clothes for either of them, which is why I'm not doing them on stream right now. Because while I can probably get away with working on Tucker, I don't think I'm going to get away with working on Opal on Twitch without getting flagged. Concentrate 5G is your theory. Not a significant source of calcium. No, that comes from what the government's putting in the water. That's what they're putting in the water, not the skies, man. Bones? Yeah. Yeah, it's all the bones they put in the water. They put bones in the water to scare children away. Everybody knows that children are terrified of skeletons. And if you put bones in the water, children won't go swimming. You have fewer kids getting lost in the riptide. And boom. You've saved the world. So they put bones in the water. And it has saved at least a life since, I believe it was Ronald Reagan that introduced that policy. Seems like something you do. Put bones in the water! You know a great song about skeletons and riptides? That's extremely poignant. Skeletons are scary, you got rid of yours? It's much easier to just, like, wiggle around the world boneless. Do you live your life bone in or boneless? It's an instrumental piece, but it's called Riptide Tangle. That's amazing. I'm very happy that a song already exists to satisfy that need for me. Riptide Tangle. I'm gonna have to remember that. Okay, this can now actually fold over. There it goes. Lovely. Woof woof. Lola, be quiet. You're just grumpy because you have a cone on. If you stopped chewing on your foot, you wouldn't have to wear that. I didn't want to do this to you. Yes, she's been chewing on her food. Or her foot. Looks great thus far. You're heading out. Alright, Hermit, thanks for hanging out. It was fun chatting with you this morning. Or afternoon, your time. Have a good rest of your evening. Hope to see you next time. Take care. Well, next Monday, that is. I know the rest of my schedule doesn't work too great for you. But see you later. Thanks, Hermit. Alrighty. Just trying to really push this curve. Make that really pronounced. And then it will tuck under that one, but we haven't finished doing that one yet, so it's not really a concern at the moment. But her foot tastes good, so she can't help it. Well, she's given herself a rash. The vets say it's allergies. So we tried, they told her we can just give her like regular people Benadryl. So we tried that. And it slowed her down, but it didn't stop her completely. And they said that it needs some time to actually heal, where she's just not touching it. So if she's still chewing, even though she's on the Benadryl, she needs to have a cone on. And that's where we've landed. But that's okay. She shouldn't have to have it for too long. Ow. And then she'll be back to her usual self. But she sure is grumpy about it. She is not happy. And I mean, I don't know how I could blame her. I don't think I'd be too pleased about that situation myself. So, you know. What are you going to do, right? I do really like how this is looking. We're going to stare at it while I eat empanadas. I'm going to keep the headset on, but that means you're not going to be able to hear me. Let me do this. Right.
So,
I'm back.
You know.
Okay, copy that. Lola's apparently struggling to navigate the apartment with her donut attached. And thank you, Corey. Yeah, I was trying to make it work so I could feed the audio through, but I'm having that audio glitch again, so I think I need to restart my computer. Yeah. I feel bad for her, but she needs to get that taken care of. She's been having big time issues with that itchy situation, so I'm glad that the vets gave us a real solution. Because sometimes they're just like, shit, man, she's going to be itchy. I don't know what to tell you. Unfortunately, it wasn't one of those times. Yeah, you heard the Windows 10 blues, but it's muted on my end. Yeah, it's the thing that's glitching is when I turned on OBS, my headset wasn't connected, and they fixed this on video feed, but still seem to have some weirdness on audio feed where OBS won't recognize the new device without without restarting. So it's able to like see the device, and it says, "Hey, yeah, I'll put your monitor to that device." But then when I try to play it, I can't hear anything. Yeah, it's a very very odd little glitch, but that's okay. I just forgot to check it before I started today. I've been pretty good about remembering to do that. But I've been off for a week, so I slipped up. I'm losing it. Oh, and we will be working with cardboard, but it's not going to be the ball machine. I decided that I should be focusing on one of my 3 pillars, which is Everbound, Everbound, Megalomania, and Costumes are the 3 pillars I'm trying to focus on. So, Cardboard Ball Machine does not fall into that category, so I'm forcing myself to behave. I'm washed up, yeah. Yep, I would take a week off, and I'm not the same man anymore. I just can't do it no longer. But yeah, so what I'm going to be doing is working on a cardboard template for what is going to be my Halloween costume this year. Talk a big game about how my Halloween costumes used to be. Kept saying I wanted to start doing it again, and if I'm really meaning it, then I need to start like now. So, we're going to be working on my Halloween costume. Hey, Dakota! How you doing? Welcome in. Here, let me show you the big monster we're working on. But I'm going to be making a Bender costume. I'm crossing my fingers that the return of Futurama will be received positively. And I'm going to make a Bender costume. And I may or may not paint it gold. Dakota, how's your day going? What's new with you? So we're okay with these being pretty pronounced, because this is like fleshy underside right here, I think. Okay. There we go. Okay, here you go, Dakota. This is what we're working on. Your day's going good so far? Here, let me put that on the screen and read. I can just look off to the side. Your day's going good so far? You've been pretty swamped with work lately. You're officially working 3 different math tutoring jobs at the same time. Thank you, Dakota. I think it looks pretty cool. That's intense. So how goes the tutoring? How are the students? Are they accepting the tutelage? Or are they resistant? That is definitely more than 2. At least. I mean, 3 of them, that might be more than 3. I don't know. Perhaps I need your math tutelage. I need to be tutored. Alright, there we go. Just kind of dust that up a little bit. Not too shabby. This thing looks gross. I love it. Could confuse people. They might think you're C-3PO. Well, but there's a golden bender. There's an episode where there is a golden bender. It's a specific reference. And I think the finish might look cool. Students are improving well. You're making really good money. Oh, that's nice. Which is good because you're going to be starting your master's program soon. Going to need that money to get that money. Well, congrats on queuing up your master's program. Is there... I don't know how that works for... buy tutoring jobs. I don't know how that works for... I presume you're continuing to go into education. So do you pick an emphasis and then you get a master's like in the field of study that you're going to be teaching on top of an education degree, or what was your bachelor's degree in? Is probably a better place to start. Tell me your whole life story, Dakota. Okay, that's not bad. It's got some weirdness happening right here. You're majoring just in math. You might take 2 pedagogy classes, 1 or 2 pedagogy classes, but honestly probably not. Doing a lot of research on your own time about current teaching methods. What are you finding? I'd be interested to hear, like, what's the aim to your research? Want to, like, take a look at what people are doing and what might not be working that you think you could improve upon? And if so, do you have any thoughts that I could steal and write my own paper about? And then I can be the genius that saved the education system. That is a bad horoscope. That one's pretty low down the list, Corey. Only on Tuesdays, and we don't stream on Tuesdays. That's cold. That's cold. There's a big focus in recent years on using class time for problem solving rather than actual instruction. Do you think that's good or bad? Or, well, most things are some of each. Do you think it's more of a good thing or a bad thing? That's a better question. I mean, I know as somebody who is, like, very heavily, like, art-minded, I know there's no such thing in reality as being right-brained. But whatever the correct terminology would be for somebody who's very art and creativity focused, I made it through school okay. Like, I did fairly well in school, but I hated every second of it. And the only reason I was good in school was because, I didn't want to get in trouble at school or at home for not finishing my schoolwork. Data is pretty clear that it's more effective, but it's more challenging for the teachers, professors to plan lessons in that style, right? Because they have to be kind of more ready to just play it by ear and work with whatever the kids bring to them, right? I assume when you say focus more on problem solving, you mean like kids get their like preliminary lesson and then they're expected to go do work either at home or in class, and then the class time is spent like going through wherever they got stuck. Am I understanding that correctly? Because kids can mostly absorb what they need. Like, you don't need to do a full lesson. You just need the kid to have the book. Data... I already read that one. I was about to read that message again. I know that would have worked better for me. Because I did not like... I didn't survive through an entire lecture. Ever. Like, by the end of it, I was not at all paying attention to what the teacher was saying. And I would just go home and read it for myself anyway. Funnily enough, your experience as a DM is going to be super applicable. Being able to respond to where the students take the lesson is a valuable skill. Yeah, you're kind of ready to improvise in that environment. That's true. That's going to be very helpful. I'd be curious to hear how do you feel about... I feel like there's this push from teachers to try to like gamify everything. And I feel like that can help. But usually the game they come up with ends up just being like extra rules added to a worksheet. Feels like somebody like you who actually, understands games might be able to do a lot more with that concept. Oh, you ugly little muffin. You're doing great, buddy. Look at him go. We love him. He's a good man. Or a good genderless eldritch beast. The gamification push is more of a focus in primary education, and you're gearing towards post-secondary, probably community college. Those two groups of students are motivated in different ways. I don't know. I've always been the same as I was when I was a toddler. I never really got further than that. No, that makes sense. Yeah, and any training or teaching or anything like that I ever did was always high school and younger. I taught swim lessons for elementary school kids for 6 years, and then I was a swim coach for high school students for 1 year. And then I did tutoring in history and English for junior high students while I was in high school. So for 3 years, I think. But that's kind of the extent of the teaching that I've done. Okay. I'm going to try and just inflate this out a little bit. extend this a little bit more. Just kind of like that. There we go. Perfect. Okay, then there's one more panel there that seems to make a little more sense to me. How does one tutor history? That whole subject feels like just memorizing a bunch of facts. Maybe you're thinking about that wrong, or is it more teaching them how to research? It was some teaching them how to research, and then honestly, it was just, it was not very rewarding work. It was like helping them like learn how to make flashcards and like techniques for helping with memorizing the facts that you have to memorize. Like, so it was techniques for memorizing a bunch of facts and then helping test them on those, on the facts themselves. It was not super deep. I really like how this is turning out. Okay, now here's a question. Do we think we want kind of a different texture on this underbelly stuff here? I'm not convinced that I want to keep the paneling going around underneath. I'm wondering if maybe... Hey, you stay attached to my hand, virtual hand. Stop it. I'm wondering if maybe I could do... Like, it probably should still be armored, right? Because his underbelly is pretty exposed. And even though he's, like, not even really in the food chain, it's like a god creature... You still want to, like, just because that's what our brains are expecting, you want to design it like something that would evolve, right? So, this creature is from a video game. It is for a video game concept of mine, yes. Yes, and I've been working on the map on the stream a little bit. I've made one of the other... They were being called dragons. I think now we're leaning towards calling them nadir. And then this would be a zenith. One of the like godlike ones, but we've designed one of them before, which is this like fog creature, and there are these elemental beasts around the world that you can learn techniques to build a spellcasting library that you can use to follow a bunch of different pathways is kind of the idea. That it's I'm working on this concept of a game that kind of tailors its story toward the actions of the player. I hope that wasn't too loud. And I have been working on some of the behind-the-scenes components and... like the way the NPCs will remember and interact with the player, I'm testing in the form of my chatbot. Thank you, Corey. It was a cough. I don't know if Gesundheit is correct for that or not, but I accept it and I say thank you anyway. I feel like you can say Gesundheit for a cough. I don't know why not. There you go, pimp. Not really, but it was a weird cough, so I get a weird Gesundheit. I'll take it. I will take it. But I feel like we do something more like we do ribbed panels underneath, right? And then that could connect theoretically to whatever's happening with the mouth here. The mouth, I think this stretches and can come up and around to wrap up to close to the top here. And so these all fold in under that. Maybe. Maybe. I'm not sure. Still thinking about that. Ribbed panels would contribute to the insect vibe, right? It just means health, so you guess you could say it whenever. Well, unless you're wishing death on me, then that would be a bad time to say it. You don't want to accidentally wish health on somebody you're trying to wish death on. Gotta watch out for that. Spirits will play cruel tricks, and then they'll live forever, and you'll get an infected toenail and die. Happens all the time. Just check the hospital records. Oh, true. I am often doing this. Good, good. I encourage that. Okay. Let's be stupid. Or wait, maybe I can be less stupid. How's that sound? What if we try and put... What if we actually use one of the features of this program that I never use? Get out of the way. 3D print joints? What? Okay, that's a whole other world of shit we're going to get into later. Let's look in organic. No, come back. Come back. There we go. Got an antler, butterfly wing. Is there anything here that's going to work for what I'm trying to do? Fungus wall. No. Not there anyway. What about bones? That's all we're working with in the bone department. Rocks? Rocks might work. That might work. Okay. And what I'm hoping here... You're curious about the human anatomy stamps? Well, we can answer that curiosity. This is my box of body parts. Behold. It's about the synchronicity of being more and less stupid. That's a state that I strive for. Simultaneous intellect and stupidity. Yeah, because what these can do is they can give us some interesting texture if we're careful with them, right? And what I'm hoping, if I bring it down low, and then I think I can put a surface constraint on this, right? And then it'll be tethered to this surface. Whoa. And if I make it... Stop pressing the wrong button. If I make it add instead of erase... I could see this working. I pressed the wrong button again. But we need a different shape here. Oh yeah, have I downloaded Blender 3.5? No, I have not. Yeah, it's very dotty. It does not do the work. That's not what we're looking for. I am looking for something simple with a little bit of texture. Maybe we should just look at primitives and see if there's just a better shape we could be using. What about this? How does this work? Oh, see, the problem is it doesn't stay very smooth. So I'd have to do it like this, and then bring it down. And I'd want to see if I could, like... Okay, and then we want to, smooth stroke. And we can just kind of... Whoa. Oh, okay, okay. Smooth stroke is going to be interesting to achieve. Honk honk. I don't know if this is working either, just bear with me. I can hear your thoughts. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, it looks a little too ridgy, Austin. I don't think that's really what you were looking for, is it? And no, it's not. But we're going to find out together if I can make it better. Because I'm thinking if I just put a few of those down, I might be able to... Here's what you're thinking. Fight me. I'm not going to lose to you. I did lose. Cloth, maybe you'd guess that would have minimal texture. Yeah, that might work for us. I do want some fairly prominent ridges here. I'm going to see this through. I'm going to put a couple of these down, and then you'll see what I'm talking about here. I think... Okay, well that didn't work. So if we... Okay, hold on. This can work. I can barely see the ghost image of the brush smoothing sphere. I don't like how it's turning the shape around. Well, the idea, right, was that I could then take a smooth and do that more on one side than the other, and I might end up with something looking like a wrinkle. But honestly, I don't think that's really working. So let's keep looking at our brush options. Let's do what Dakota said. That was Dakota, right? Yeah, saying cloth. Mathematician in you is thinking that you'd use a triangular wedge shape. Well, see, and you'd be right. I would agree with you. If I'm just not certain how that's going to sit on here. See? Because realistically, since I'm making it married to the surface, it kind of just goes however it decides it wants to go. Although that was a pyramid, not a wedge. But you get my point. Cloth is what you'd said. Oh, wait a minute. What about that thing? That could work, possibly. Yes, I was going to say, assuming it lays flat, which it does, this might work for us. Okay, hold on. Oh. Uh-oh. I think we have to do this by hand without adhering it to the surface. Need one without the symmetry. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't really fold over one way. It's just an even shape. But maybe we can make it do that anyway. We're still going to keep our smoothing on. But we're going to go back to... I think I saw something in rocks that'll work for us. Because there was one that was pretty flat. Maybe this one is what I'm thinking of? Or something like that. And then if I just... Yeah, like that. definitely a lot harder to keep it on the surface that way. But I feel like that's going to give us a better shot at this. Yeah, well, and I can rotate them. I just have to, ouch. I have to rotate myself, not the thing, because it's just, it'll stay on your hand in the same way, which is kind of annoying. I wish I could rotate the shape in my hand, but you don't seem to be able to do that. But I think this can work. We just need to be smart about it. Where have I ended up? Did I run off my course here? I did. What happened? Where did I go? Oh, I see. Okay. And then if I smooth the back end of that, is that going to work? I feel like this is getting closer. Unfortunately, you have to get ready for work. Thank you, Dakota. I appreciate your good luck wishes. Have a good time at work. Teach the things. Mold the minds. We wish you well. Thanks for hanging out. Like, am I using the wrong rock? Is that the problem? That's feeling closer. What if I just kind of commit to this? How's that? Oh, that's super gross. Like in a good way. I think we can roll with this. I'm still not convinced we've found the right shape. Expressions? I don't know what that means. Those must be faces, and I don't want to look at them. What if we go... Sorry, I got hair stuck in my mask here. There we go. Traditional? Traditional? Oh, like traditional sculpting tools? Holy shit. Wait a minute. Yo, that could work for us. That is a wedge. You failed on your lunch quest, Melody. What happened? Where did it all go wrong? You gotta be kidding me. It attaches it to your tool the wrong way. Guys. Okay. This might be working. Is that what something working looks like? You're having a craving for Walmart potato wedges and they were out of them, so you went to the other Walmart in town and their deli counter wasn't even open. You been defeated and went to Brahms for some burgers and a limeade instead. Well, that's a tragic tale, Melody. I'm sorry to hear that. Is this working? I feel like it is. But I just need to get closer to this and do it more carefully. You see, Walmart has cup of noodles that's breakfast. Yeah, isn't that frightening? Most potato wedges just remind you of school cafeteria stuff. And that is not a reminder anybody wants. I think this can work. Then I just need to go through and smooth this outer shell. We're just going to have to go one layer at a time like this. But I mean, we're texturing a large model. Like that's... Or not even texture, like we're doing actual surface detail on a large model. That's going to take some work. Your school cafeteria had sweet potato waffle fries. You've never eaten a sweet potato again since graduating. We didn't have those. That was a fate that I did not suffer. That sounds truly horrendous. That works with that fully attached like that. Okay, so yes, I know we just finished it. I'm going to get rid of it again. After I undo all of that smoothing work. I just had to make sure it was working. Alright, go on now. Go away. Uh-oh. We're out of undos. Might as well put it back where it was. I thought I had more undos than that. Okay. Anyway. I'm still going to do what I was going to do. I should start at the top for this and work my way down. We'll just have to do our best to try to meet up with that when we get with it, or get to it. I think we need to be smoothing these underneath as we go. Okay, maybe we don't need to smooth that. Yeah, probably should, right? Better safe than sorry. It's easier to build on top of it that way. Can I change the max undo level, or would my 128 gigabytes of RAM start withering away? Yeah, I probably have enough RAM for that, don't I? Apparently someone set up OBS in a Walmart display PC and streamed on Twitch for 15 hours until it got taken down. That's pretty impressive. I'm proud of them. That's very cool. You gotta give points for that. Let's turn that off for a minute. It's just so stupid that this is supposed to be the equivalent of a traditional tool. There must be a way, I haven't looked it up yet, but there must be a way in Medium to rotate how this tool is attached to my hand. Because there's just no way. I mean, how stupid would you have to be to to implement the tool in the software like that? There's just no way. It must be me that's stupid. Twitch goes shopping. You would stream someone else, less risk you'll get caught? Yeah, like use someone else's account. I have plenty of stolen accounts I can use for all sorts of shenanigans. I am a master criminal. Okay. There we go. Okay. Was a throwaway account they made for that, named it Walmart 00012. Makes you wonder what happened to the first 11 and the next 999 or 99987. 99,987. I'm capable of figuring it out, I just didn't want to. Okay, I'm going to have to run to the restroom really quick here. I do kind of like how that's looking. It is continuing the bug thing. It's kind of beetle-like. So we'll use this to rough out, and then I think I'm going to have to go through and just manually, like, tidy that up. But I'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to set my hand to another tool. Something that won't impact the environment. Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I am back. Alrighty. My hands are disconnected. The only Doritos flavor you ever liked was spicy sweet chili. I do like that flavor. I was just talking to my dad about that, actually. Where's my other hand? Get over here. Hello? There we go. My hands are disconnected. Check my box of body parts. You know, that's a good point. Those things might be related. Who has an unopened bag of nacho cheese Doritos 3D? I miss the 3D Doritos. I thought those were better than the regular ones. I was very disappointed when those disappeared from store shelves forever. We looked into this, right? And it turned out they do exist in some places, just not a place that I have access to. Okay, we'll deal with cleaning that up later. You're talking about a new SCP cryptid, Walmart 00000. It sounds dangerous. What does it do? It undercuts all your local businesses. You can buy the re-release of Doritos 3D on Amazon. I can. Are they the same? I do like that texture. It's going to need to be cleaned up, but I definitely like the... It's very creepy. If a weird thing like that happens, I should just add another fin in the middle and not worry about it too much. Yeah, I think I'm kind of okay with that. Like I do kind of want it to look like sloppy folds. Like I want this to look fleshy but armored. Okay, there we go. They actually only have original flavor left. And what course said they're basically bugles. Oh, these? They do look like bugles. Is that how this chip conversation started? That's not what. Okay, that fits between there. That one's okay. Looks like my ship has sailed to get nacho cheese or Cool Ranch. The chip conversation never starts and never ends. Fair enough. Well, that's a bummer. So I can only get original, you're saying? Alright. And then what I think I'm going to go through and do, we'll stop there for now. Man, it almost feels like these things should be able to move at least a little bit, huh? If they had just a little bit of movement to them, that might be kind of cool. Okay, so we'll just go with the regular shape, turn off the steady stroke. Oh, and this should be deleting. Okay. Finally get rid of that, which has been bothering me for like 20 minutes. And then what I want to do is I want to keep in mind the shape that's already here. Try to just cut it in a little more cleanly. Man, I am so excited for Tears of the Kingdom and that fuse mechanic. I was talking to Emily, and if it doesn't happen before then, Tears of the Kingdom will be the reason that Emily comes back to the stream. Because I simultaneously want to be able to play that for the first time with y'all on the stream and with Emily. And I asked if I could, if she'd be able to make a return for that, and seems like I might be able to sell her on it. What happened to his arm, though? I mean, some kind of magic. It became Ultra. Yeah, it's Ultra Hand now. You wouldn't understand. It's an Ultra Hand thing. I just like that Ultra Hand is a reference to when they were a toy company. think that's super cool. You thinking you could fuse something electric to a shield and shock things with it? I sure hope so. Like if you did a zap shroom or something, that it could have like a shock effect. I mean, you can basically have thorns now. If that's a thing, then, you know, maybe you can fuse spikes or whatever, so that you can have a thorn kind of effect on your shield. Well, and, you know, it looks like they mainly, like, they solved the majority of the climbing problem. Because those caves that you can use to skip a wall look like they're kind of everywhere. It doesn't seem like they feel like making us earn all of that climbing again, which is nice. Because there was a chance they were going to be like, I don't care if it's the same map. You fucking learn to climb it. And it doesn't seem like they're going that route, so I'm happy about that. Okay, this is definitely working. Neither of your messages went through. At least yours is on the overlay. Hold on. I can fix it. We need a safety word. That means I need to reboot. Just make sure the shield ain't metal. Definitely not. If you did it to a metal object, would Link just die? But what if the safety word doesn't go through? Just spam it, Melody. Just spam the safety word. Eventually it will go through. We need to pick something that I'll remember is the safety word, though. Something where there's no way that I'll see it and just go, I have no idea what that means. Something that we would never, ever say under any other circumstances. I know. Hashtag cancel Austin. That's now the safety word. Need a safety command that refreshes for me. F5. Oh, that's a good idea. That wouldn't be too hard to implement at all. I wanted to hook Botman into auto hotkey so that I can have him do all kinds of stuff. That should definitely be one of them. I'm trying to keep myself focused. My objective is to have the first chapter of Megalomania available on the website by the end of May. That is the goal that I have set for myself. Botman remote desktop when. Okay, that's going pretty well. I do like how that's looking. It makes him look so creepy. I mean, he already looks really creepy. But like how this is going. Okay, we're going to keep following these shapes. This is working pretty well for us here. What creature is this reminding me of? Botman automatic tax calculator. That reminds me I gotta do my taxes. Okay, there we go. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Needs a little bit more right around here. Overall, though, this is pretty good. Want to run a xylophone mallet over the bugle? Yeah, it's gonna be hard work getting that comic book ready in time, and I'm gonna be working on it a lot in my free time. And I meant to mention, what's gonna happen for that is, I think I'm just gonna use one of the channels on the Discord and just rig it up to stream my computer monitor to that. So if you want to like check up and see what I'm working on, because I don't have the brain capacity to stay on the stream all the time, but there's no reason why I can't like have that just showing. So I'll probably just have that going on the Discord and maybe linked up to the website or something, so that can be seen. And then I won't be mic'd, but I'll be like in the chat or whatever. So not as present as a stream, but if you want to like take a peek and see where I'm at with Megalomania, you can do so. I almost did that yesterday, but I figured I should explain the concept first before I just turn it on and people are like, "Did you accidentally start streaming?" There we go. Austin story time. No, Austin zoo enclosure. Exactly. That's a little more accurate. It's the time that I would be spending just working alone, but made visible exactly like I'm in a zoo. Yeah. Just figure why not, right? But I'm not gonna. Some of that stuff I record anyway, so that I'll be recording. The rest of it I won't, and it'll just be like You know, that's there if you want it, and not if you don't. And how's my turntable looking? Maybe I could run the music over that. That could be cool. Austin lava lamp time. Exactly. Perfect. And I'll just use the main voice chat channel for that. I'll leave it open. People can join in and voice chat if they want to. And I'll just be split between this and whatever else I'm doing on my computer and house chores and shit like that. I've been trying to figure out a way to broadcast that time, and I'm like, well, while I'm figuring it out, and like still have it be functional for me to be able to do other stuff like chores and things like that, because that's usually what I'm doing is I'm working on stuff in between chores. And so I'm trying this as a way to do it. We'll see how it goes. Okay, it feels like there should be another fold here. Go. So after I go and grab a bite to eat, I'll probably flick that back on over on Discord, and I'll be back to work on probably the next character sculpt. I need to work on my cloth physics stuff, but I'm not really feeling in the mood to think about that right now. I'm running out of time though. I got to do it soon. So I've been getting the body forms sculpted, and I have Tucker and Opal done, so that's 2 of the 3 main characters. I have to do Bobby's sculpture, and then there is a prominent side character in this first chapter here named Guy, because I didn't want to name him, so I just named him Guy. And I need to have him done. And then the rest of them are going to be some generalized background characters that I'll be able to just swap out outfits on and stuff to kind of save me time. And then there is the big bad of this story of I guess book 1, I don't know, does appear in the first chapter, but it's just her voice. Oh, Melody's wanting to sculpt? Wait, I'm missing important lore. What's happening here? You got some Sculpey clay recently. Thought it might be fun to try practicing some sculpting like the good old Bowser streams. That would be so cool. Not comfortable with the tools at all, so gotta mess around for a while first. I know Guy's a real name. That's why I named him Guy. Well, I can't wait to see what you come up with, Melody. I'm sure that's going to be awesome. Sculpey is good stuff. Really gets the job done. Oh, the bugles are looking good. There's some kind of crustacean or bug or something that has this kind of texture on their feet. Can't really remember what it is. Dude, Fury. I'm sorry, it's Fieri. I should say it right. That's looking pretty decent. Now I just need to fight the urge to do any smoothing at all. That's all I have to do. You really wish that petition would have gone through to change Columbus, Ohio to Flavortown, USA. Unfortunately, the system let us down. That happened in the good timeline, but not for us. Okay, what I think this ridging is saying is that this whole damn thing is mouth. Like, this is all mouth. Like, maybe that folds in like that. Is it possible that these, like, curl in to close the mouth? That's creepy. Yum. It kind of seems like what it looks like, right? I feel like that's what I've done here, whether I meant to or not. There we go. Please excuse the flashing. Okay, and then we want to cut that in a little deeper. And one more time there. Not much of a throat for such a mouth. Yeah. Ooh. There's the last thing you see. How's that? Yeah, we probably need more throat. I mean, it really feels like it should go all the way down and fill all of this space. Honestly, we're going to get distracted for a moment. And just deflate. Good. Size up. And then we'll just push this down. Like, one would assume there's some flex to this, right? Wait, what's happening here? Does this go through? Or are we still... We're still inside the model. It's fine. There you go. How's that? Is that a little more cavernous? Jabu got ugly. We never did see Austin again after he manually expanded the throat of the Leviathan. I gotta say, that has some kind of bad connotation to it. Smooth. And then we're going to get really close and just be real gentle with this. But go through in a couple of places where we've got really weird edges. I said I was going to resist the urge to use the smooth brush on that, and I'm going to stay true to that. We can go through and use it in spots like this. And like I said, just rely on the textures and normal mapping to and normal maps rather to help establish some of these details in the final thing. Sometimes I can still hear him. Don't worry, it's just parroting him from beyond the grave. That's horrifying. Wow. I'm pretty happy with this thing. I mean, obviously it's just a head so far, but pretty good head. What's horrifying about living on through the bean? What did I... Oh, I thought you meant this thing. I thought you just put the Scotty in as a enhancement to the word parrot. And I was imagining this thing just using my voice like kind of like Ko. And I was a little alarmed by that thought. Oh, god damn it. I thought I got away with that one. It seemed like nobody noticed. Thought I was in the clear. Nope. Man, this thing is nightmare fuel. Yeah, so then I guess from here on out, it should be more like skin. Which I guess we're okay with, right? Because if we're saying that's like part of the mouth still, in a weird sort of way, then everything from here back should still be skin. So I need a good panel line along the back to work with. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make like the next body section. And we'll like sculpt this entire noodle. In this case, it would indeed be the Leviathan. And I don't know if this thing can bite you in the ass. I feel like if it does that, you've just been eaten. Does it have that level of precision? Actually, yes. These little tiny guys all the way up here, these are specifically for ass biting. That's canon now. I'm really happy with how those arm mouth gripper thingies look. The bugles are good. But yeah, so I'll want to shape the rest of this out as though it's like what will be visible of the fleshy mass in the middle. This will be used to animate, and then the body segments are going to be... And so like all the arms and stuff will be in that. And then we want big armor body panels all the way down. Hey, Killa, what's going on? We're making a monster today. What are you up to? Does it need a tongue? I don't think it needs a tongue. I think it's creepier without a tongue. The fact that its mouth is just like a bottomless pit. I think that's plenty upsetting on its own. Nothing? Planning on whether you're getting jumped or not tomorrow. Well, defend yourself with honor. Good luck, Killa. Don't get jumped. But if you do, kick all the ass. I don't encourage starting fights, but I encourage winning fights that somebody else started. It does not need a tongue? That's a no? Okay. Unless those side things are both tongues. We're going to go ahead and say those aren't tongues. I don't know what they are, but they are not tongues. What is this beautiful creature? This is a monster I am designing for a video game concept that I've been like slowly chipping away at for a long time. This is a gigantic sea creature. And I've done sketches of this guy, but I've never gone for the actual 3D model. And I gotta say, it's looking pretty good. We're getting pretty close to wrapping up, but if you follow, you'll be seeing more of this kind of stuff every Monday. Wednesdays is more IRL art, costume kind of stuff that I'm going to be working on. And then Fridays is gaming. Usually either like platformers... survival kinds of games like Minecraft or whatever. Oh wait, you changed. This is the same Killa. How many times has your name changed, Killa? Yes, follow again. This is like the third time I've forgotten. Well, I'm sorry. Look, here's where I'm at. Okay. Killa, we've had people come in with Killa or Killer in their name that were not you. It's not your fault, but I also refuse to take responsibility. Are we okay with that? I'm going to take no blame whatsoever. But no, don't follow again. Don't lose that streak. Or do. I mean, I'm not your dad. Do whatever you want. Well, that's the schedule these days. So you'll see more of this gentleman probably on Monday. We'll be working on those back panel sections. We do still need to find Gunn one of these days. They still commented on a couple of the YouTube videos after we stopped seeing them on Twitch. I think they're still floating around there. I think I've seen them liking a couple of the videos too. But they're off to bigger and better things. They've moved on beyond us now. Killa, next time you come back, you should just be like, Austin, it's me. You know me. You've been asleep for 2 years. Your family misses you. Wake up. No, you're going to play it off as a new person? Would you have done that this time? You definitely should. Just let me believe you're completely new. I love it. Wait a minute. Wait just a gosh darn second. Has that happened before? Because there have been people who showed up with Killa or Killer in their name, and they acted like they were a new person. Was it you? Has it always been you? Well, on this note, hold on. We're going to make the monster eat you. The monster will eat chat. There we go. It has happened before. Fantastic. Before I sign off, what's the next blog post? There we go. Next blog post is honestly probably going to be an update on the Megalomania sculptures. Did I do a blog post on the sound panels? I'm supposed to do that also. Should you yell at me about other postings? What else you got? What haven't I done? I've been gone for a week. I've been gone for a week and I didn't really do anything all week. I think I owe you an update on sound panel postings. I've been streaming around the same time you've been in school. Oh, sorry about that, Killa. Is it just going to be a link to my TikTok? I mean, it's going to be a text, basically, yes. It's going to be a text breakdown of that TikTok that I posted. Just the regular Instagram stuff, no sound panel stuff yet. Okay. Killa, it's not cool. I got to be better. I can't. That's my schedule, but I feel it in my heart. All right. Well, I thank y'all so much for hanging out. It's been a blast as always. I don't know if it shows up on this screen. We're going to find out. Hold on. I got new art, but I don't know if it shows. Did it show? I don't think it did. Anyway, stay safe. New art up on the website. We'll be back on Wednesday with some IRL art. I'm going to be working on a costume. Take care of yourselves. It's been a blast as always. Love you all. Don't get into any violent fights unless you really, 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 really want to. And streaming Avatar in VR on stream. Ooh, wait. I should make myself a VR me. That's what we need. We need more of me in the world. All right. Bye, everybody. Take care. I will see you next time.